The W.I.S.E, we're thankful to the W.I.S.E for welcoming us today. And we've got the Home Office Community Engagement team here as well. And we've got Carol and Samantha and Ben organising for the W.I.S.E. And we've got Garrett and Nolan who's on the phone at the room, organising the Zoom and all the rest of it. So I'm going to go to Lou, come back and see what's cooking. But welcome to all of you. If you've got issues regarding Windrush, make sure you signed in. A for fire safety, but B so that we can contact you after. If you want support after, we can have an advocacy service running from here. What's the lovely Home Office people who train us up, and we're going to give you that support. But we also aim to give you holistic, emotional support as well. It's not just about putting bits in paper. Anyway, I'm just rushing to travel from down south. So, and then we'll go from Sheffield. So, okay, excuse me. Then, good day. Probably such a bit while we're waiting. Okay? See you properly.
So shall we give 3 or 4 minutes to start if it's now just after 4 o'clock? Yes. Yeah. 3 minutes to welcome.
So if I give you the link, then you have what we translated. You don't know, okay. Roland's coming. He's a guy. Okay. Yeah, so you know we've got polls to participate in the chat.
It cannot. Yeah, but don't ask me what the technical thing was, that's not me. Yeah, if you can't make a connection, you just have to go. go with the laptop only. That's at 3:10. So the slide showing that Glenda is going to be doing her presentation online through.
Okay, so you announce that anyway.
Yeah, I'll get that information. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So this is the
That's like,
yeah.
okay.
Working? No, what I've done, let me just show you. Yeah. So what I've done is put a link in here. So people, they want to click on that, they want to see it in the chat. So they see the chat, so then they minimize their screen. Yeah. So let's say
Sound. later when they speak, because they're not here.
So is this not connected to there?
You can connect.
Is it going to come through there?
No, I'm asking you, I don't know.
No, we have to connect it.
Yeah, this one's connected.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this presentation.
Yeah.
Will be on here, so they get screened in here. You will be looking at this if you wish to communicate with people.
Okay, yeah.
It's like model.
That's separate. That's separate.
Right. Can I see them then?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you see here. Then
Right. If you're talking, who's the lead person talking? So,
He's going to be the chair.
the chair.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do,
I'm just going to introduce, just going to open and welcome people.
okay. So take this. This is the mic, so people at home can hear.
Okay.
just hold it or?
Just hold it.
Yeah.
Hold it so people can hear.
Okay.
And then when you finish, you pass it on to him.
Okay.
And then if anyone speaks, I'll go and give them the other mic.
Okay.
So remember that slide. You have to hold it. Just relax.
Okay.
On the top table, Ian.
He's presenting.
Oh, you're presenting.
And it will go on the screen. Yeah.
I've got the microphone here, that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. Microphones
Can
are
you
back
move
here.
forward, everybody?
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. They should be able to hear.
I'm going to go down there, yeah?
What we can do, if people would like to fill the front seats first, the latecomers will come at the back. So if we come forward and fill the front rows, people who arrive, they can just sit at the back.
People prefer to stay with you. It's okay. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah. So when you're ready, we're ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to W.I.S.E. Welcome to the Brent Windrush compensation scheme organized between W.I.S.E. and Amy Garvey. It's an honor to welcome you all today, particularly our visitors from the Home Office, who will be introduced later on by the chair. But just some housekeeping. We don't expect to have an alarm, but if we do have an emergency, I'd ask you to go through the double doors there and assemble on the other side of the fence. The toilets are through here on my left, the ladies first on the left, and the gentlemen around the corner. So let me just give you a brief introduction to W.I.S.E. We're a W.I.S.E. social care and education project. We're an elderly daycare center that caters primarily for the Caribbean people, but we actually open to the whole community in Brent. So it's a daycare center for the elderly. We're volunteer-based. My manager, Sam Banton, is at the back here. And one of our volunteers, Beryl, is at the back as well. But we opened Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The elderly are here to spend some quality time with friends, whilst their care has some me time. It's very important for the community. So many of our elderly are isolated, and it's very important to have somewhere that they could congregate and have some me time, have some social gathering. We have chair-based exercises, we have a lot of artwork for them. We have excursions, whatever we can do to keep them active, that's what we're here for. So, welcome to W.I.S.E. Welcome to this very special event, and I will hand over to our chair.
Thank you very much. Oh, I've got to hold this on here.
Quick question.
Can the people in Zoom see us? Is it feeding into the people that
Well,
Zoom?
I don't know.
Sam?
Can ask somebody on the Zoom, but can Roland hear me?
Sam, can the people on Zoom see us? Is there a camera into the...
There should be, they go to the link in
What look? Is there anything you can...
the chat. I put a link in the chat.
Go to the link in your chat and then you can see what's going on in the room. Oh, it's an advert.
Yes. YouTube do advert, don't they?
It's not live, why are you watching myself here? If it's not live, why am I in the picture? It's live.
Because everybody's in different places. It's not like it's at the time.
Okay, shall we make a start into our program?
Zoom, I'm looking for the Zoom thing.
So we've been welcomed by the W.I.S.E Centre. Just to tell you a little bit about this event. So this event is sponsored by Justice for Windrush Generation, and it's about getting... It's picking up, it's a delay, isn't it? There's a delay in me coming through. Is that good? Okay. So, just to re-emphasize, the purpose of this event is really to help individuals to understand the Windrush compensation scheme and also to check who is eligible to apply to the scheme. We have members from the Home Office team here who will be giving us a presentation, and then there will be opportunity out of that presentation to ask questions relating to what's being presented. And also, after the presentation, you'll be able to talk to any member of the team. We're focusing specifically on the current compensation scheme that was launched in 2019. We're not discussing fault or issues with the scheme. We just want to focus on what the scheme is, who is eligible, and how you can apply to the scheme. And it's really important to get this information correct, because out there's misinformation about Windrush. And I can tell you some of the misinformation about Windrush. Windrush affect people from 65 countries. So it's not a Caribbean issue. So let's put that to bed. Windrush will affect people from Africa and from Asia. There are more people affected from Africa in terms of countries than the Caribbean. So when we talk about Windrush, let's give it a global issue affecting 65 countries. Many Africans and many Asians still don't understand that they're part of Windrush. And you can understand the reason why. Because they see the narrative by the BBC of the Windrush ship and people coming off the ship, and we didn't see any white people coming off the ship. We didn't see any Indian people coming off the ship. And we didn't see African being interviewed coming off the ship. We saw Caribbean people being interviewed. 1,027 passengers, including 60-odd Polish people that nobody saw, but they were on the ship. So we need to understand Windrush in the global context. And when we talk about Windrush, just remind people it is global, affecting people from 65 countries. And we want to focus this afternoon very specific. And we say this because the purpose of this event in this center is really to reach out to our seniors, our elders. I am second generation Windrush. My mother was first generation. We're now in fifth generation. And so people need to understand Windrush in this wider context. And during the presentation from the Home Office, you will get the historic context and also understand how it came about, how this Home Office scandal came about, and what the government have done to address those issues relating to people's immigration status. We're talking about immigration laws. So we have 4 members of the Home Office team present, and they will be presenting to us for about 45 minutes or so. Then you'll have opportunity to ask questions. And we also are streaming, so there will be people on Zoom from outside the UK as well as inside the UK. So they'll be getting the information as well. And because we're streaming, you'll be able to revisit this at a later time, tomorrow, etc., and share the information with those not able to be present today. Okay. So, can I invite our presenter, who is going to talk to us about Windrush, and going to give us the context of Windrush, and she will present to us. You should be able to see the presentation from the big screen. So it will come directly to you. So just keep your eye up here. And let's just emphasize 2 things. The Windrush compensation scheme is in 2 parts: status rectification and compensation if you've been impacted or you suffer loss. And those 2 important points would be bear out in the presentation this afternoon. We always make the point, the first thing you do is to check your status. So compensation is not the first thing, it's to check your status. Have you been impacted? Were you affected because you could not prove your status to be in the UK and the right to services, employment, public service, etc. So without further ado, can I invite our speaker, please?
Hi everybody, my name is Lorraine and I'm one of the engagement team here today to talk to you about the Windrush compensation scheme. So as explained by Gary, it is a global scheme, so we are trying to speak to people in the other communities besides the Caribbean community. We are trying to speak to people in the African community, we are trying to speak to people in the Asian community. Okay, so our agenda for today is a little bit of history and context. Next bit will be the Windrush status scheme, so that's a discussion and an explanation of what it means by your status and the importance of it. And then the next bit is about the compensation scheme. You'll find out whether you eligible to apply for the compensation scheme, and at the end we can take a few questions from you. Alright, so to begin with a little bit of history. So, how did we get here? So, following World War II, an invitation out to all the Commonwealth and invited them over to come and help rebuild the United Kingdom after the war. So people came over, and one of the most famous was the Windrush Empire ship, and that came in on the 21st of June 1948 at Tilbury Docks. For the context of it, everybody on that ship was either a British citizen or a British subject, but they were British. There was no disagreement about it, they were British. So, like all governments, they're constantly changing the rules, they're constantly updating information, and they're trying to make sure that the right people are coming into the country and getting what they're entitled to. But we have to make sure that we're looking at illegal immigration as well. So, Commonwealth citizens that settled in the UK before the 1st of January 1973 were given automatic residency via the Immigration Act of 1971. That date is key for a lot of people that came into the country. However, you were not required to have any documentation to prove you're a British citizen or that you were entitled to a lot of the services that were on offer. But we now know that these group of people became known as the Windrush generation because you got caught up in something that wasn't aimed at you. So, what happened? So what happened was, like I've said before, successive governments were introducing measures to combat illegal immigration. So it wasn't for anybody coming who had been invited in to help rebuild the country. It wasn't for those, it was for all the other people that didn't come in a legal way into the country. So we introduced a system that could prove your legal right to be here. That meant that you were entitled to the NHS, that meant you were entitled to get a job, that meant you were entitled to benefits if you weren't able to get a job. But due to lack of documentation for the Windrush generation, you got caught up in measures that simply did not apply to you. And because you did not have the documentation to prove this, you didn't have the evidence and you got caught up in things. So some people lost their jobs, some people lost their houses, some people couldn't access any benefits, you couldn't access the healthcare because you would have got charged for it. Some people were detained and some people were deported. And we all know that because it was across the news that things were happening. So the Home Office at the time apologised to victims and their families. And what they decided to do was, as quickly as possible, put into place 2 schemes that could help people. The first scheme would be about the status and ensuring that you had your documents to prove you were legally here. And the second scheme was to help you make a compensation claim against the government. So, one of the very first things we did, we set up a free phone helpline so that we could, as soon as you called in, you could speak to a member of staff and they would direct you to where you needed to be, whether it was information, the website, or did you need to speak to another party. We set up a vulnerable persons team. So this was aimed at people who were struggling to sort things out, whether it affected you mentally or you were affected because you had a physical issue. We had set up mobile biometrics. So this was a team of people who visited you in your home to help you set up a BRP card at that time. That's changed now, it's now an e-visa, but we can explain a bit more about that. So before the compensation scheme got put into place, we would use urgent and exceptional payments first. So that was the first place of you getting any kind of money to help you pay for things, whether it was to pay for rent, pay for overdue bills, to pay for any furnishings. In 2019, the compensation scheme came into being, and that's when we changed everything. We have a team that goes out into communities to speak to people in a more personal service because we need your views and your reactions to what we're doing to constantly improve the service that we provide. We go to any community, our services are free, and we hold things like this, or we'll speak to you on a one-to-one basis if there's something in particular you want to speak to the team about. All right. Tom, I'm going to introduce you. This is Tom, another member of the team, and he's going to take you through it. Oh, sorry. Good luck with that, Tom. I don't think that's very welcome, everyone. You've just been amazing. A bit better there. Sorry, I forgot I was fighting on the microphone. Yeah.
Just hold it. Yeah, that's probably easier. Right, so just going to talk to you a little bit firstly about the Windrush status scheme. So this was a free service that was set up to help people gain proof that they had the right to work and live in the UK. So the people that would be eligible for this would be Commonwealth citizens who settled in the UK on the 1st of January 1973, and their children who were born here who came to live here before the age of 18 and who continue to live here, and also any other person who arrived to the UK before the 1st of January 1989 and is now settled here. So Commonwealth citizens settled in the UK by 1973 but who are no longer settled in the UK, they can also make a free application to return to live in the UK if they have close and continuing ties to the United Kingdom. So this scheme, the Windrush status scheme, has helped claimants from all over the world secure their lawful status within the UK. So like I said previously, it's not just sort of a scheme for the Caribbean countries, it's a scheme for sort of any nationality. So type of status documents. So depending on when a claimant entered the UK and where they arrived from, these are sort of the different types of documents that we can supply. So firstly, we have the nationality status letter. So this is a letter confirming that you are already a British citizen. We also have British citizenship. So this is naturalisation or a registration certificate. We also have right of abode. So this is a certificate of entitlement. And then also e-visas, which are sort of a new thing, which is just confirming that you have the right to live permanently within the UK. Right, so moving on. We have the Windrush compensation scheme. So like mentioned previously, this was launched in April 2019, and the scheme was set up to compensate people who'd suffered losses or had impacts because they were unable to demonstrate that they had the lawful status to be in the UK. So they were unable to prove that they had the right to be in the UK. So this is available to any nationality. So like before, it's not just Caribbean countries, it's any nationality as long as they arrived and were lawfully settled before 1989. And it's important to note, like mentioned, to be able to apply to the compensation scheme, you need to have your status sorted first. So, the three different types of claims. We have a primary claimant. So this is for if you have directly suffered losses because you couldn't prove your lawful status to be in the UK. We have close family member. So this is because if you suffered losses because a close family member such as a partner, a child, brother, sister or parent couldn't prove that they had the lawful right to stay in the UK. So this is about how that close family member's losses affected you. And then the last one is deceased estate. So this is basically similar to a primary claimant. However, this is representing someone who has passed away. So this is representing their estate. Is that all okay? Moving on, I'm going to pass over to Tina now. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Tina, like Tom's just said. So I'm just going to talk about the separate claims that we can do. So it's important to note that when we apply for these claims, that you need to make sure that you fill out the top part first. So the simple stuff, your name, your address, things like that need to be filled out before you can actually put a claim in and for it to be registered. So for it to be registered, so for a primary claim, again, to be eligible, like Tom's just said, you have to be a Commonwealth citizen who came to the UK before the 1st of January 1973. Or, again, from any country before the 1st of January 1989. And those dates are very, very important. Okay? Also, if they've got a Commonwealth parents or grandparents that came to the UK before the 1st of January 1973. Okay, and this is to demonstrate any losses that you've had that's been impacted because you couldn't demonstrate your lawful status. Right, okay, so the next one is a close family member. So close family members, so again, in all these claims, you do have to make sure that you fill out everything about yourself first for it to be registered. So that's the first thing and very important to note. So when we look at the close family member, so this is where you've suffered losses because of a primary claimant, okay, and prove that they've got a right to live in the UK, okay? And would they be eligible for the scheme? So the primary claimant's got to be eligible for the scheme first. However, they don't need to put in a claim to make a close family member claim at all. So first of all, again, they have to be in the UK, came into the UK before 1973, the 1st of January 1973. Their parents or grandparents came into the UK from a Commonwealth country before 1973, or they came to the UK from any country before the 1st of January 1989, and they are settled here. Okay. We've also got the deceased claim. Okay. So this again is very similar to a primary claim. So the primary claim and deceased claim is the same thing in a sense, apart from there's somebody else is going to be claiming for the deceased person. So this is where a person has died, but they've suffered losses and because they were unable to prove their lawful status. But again, they must be eligible for the scheme. All right. Again, the same dates. Again, you can see that we go through the same dates. So it's very important, the dates. The 1st of January 1973. Okay, and that's for any Commonwealth citizens, or your parents or grandparents came to the UK from a Commonwealth country, or they came to the UK from any country before the 1st of January 1989. Okay? Does everybody understand? Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, okay. So what can you claim for? So we have 13 related categories, okay? So, and these are things what we've looked into and listened to what people have told us from the Windrush generation. And this is where they've had issues trying to prove their lawful status. Okay, so I'm not going to go through them all. As you can see, they're up there. But one of the most important ones is the employment one. We seem to get there's a lot of people had problems, like Garrick said, where they've lost their jobs because they're being unable to provide evidence to show that they had lawful status in the UK. And then it could be that it's a snowball effect where if you lost your job, you haven't got any money, you might not be able to pay your rent, you could lose your house, you could end up where you're homeless. There's lots of things that can, from one incident that's happened, it could snowball into other categories as well, where it just makes things difficult for you to be in the UK at that time. So you might not be able to get benefits, you might become ill. And again, we can see we've got homelessness there. One of the big ones here is the impact of life. So this is to do with the emotional impact. So the impact of life is something where you would be, how it affected you and what happened. So it's important, if you are making one of these claims, that you make sure that you put down everything that's happened. And I know it can be distressful, and I know there's a lot of things that's happened to people that we've all heard incidents where people have had horrendous situations where they've been deported, or they've lost a job, then they've lost the house. And again, it's like a snowball effect where it's not just one thing that's impacted. From one situation of losing your job, it's turned into something where there's multiple categories that you can claim for. Again, if you when you make a claim, you've got your caseworker that would be there, and literally they would make sure, if you just claim for one, they would look into everything. It wouldn't just be one thing that they would look at because you've made that claim, you've ticked that box. They would look into it, they would talk to you, they would work with you, they would make sure that they get as much as they possibly can, because we are there to get you the most award that they can possibly do. You can see we've got close family member. Now, there's only 4 categories associated with a close family member. And the reason for this is because the close family member is actually claiming against a primary claim or a deceased. So basically, it's the impacts that the close family member has had because of a primary claim or a deceased person. So basically, we're looking at the immigration and legal fees. So if they've had to pay for those because the primary person or the deceased person lost the job, they hadn't got any money, they became homeless, it might be that obviously they've had to pay for those fees. Living costs, again, is there. So this is a relatively new one. This has been added after the first initial ones that we did. Living costs is if, again, you lost your job, you couldn't pay your rent, you couldn't pay your gas and electric. So the close family member possibly could have stepped in and paid for all these things as well, because close family member, they could be living with you, it could be your family member that's there. Again, we've got the impact of life. That's important again, because obviously it could have impacted you. If you're a close family member and you make a claim, impact of life is where again it's impacted because of you personally. All right, so it's a personal things that's happened. So it could be that your dad lost his job, and then again you won't be able to do all the things that you normally would have done. You might have gone on holiday every year, but if your dad's lost his job, then possibly that could be affecting you as well, where things that were normal in your life were affected because of this. Okay, discretionary again. Discretionary is very important. It's something that's very misunderstood. So discretionary is a monetary category, but it's where it doesn't affect anything else. So it can't be any of the other ones. So basically it's one where it's not immigration fees, detention, employment, any of the other 13. Okay? Discretionary is something like, for example, if somebody was deported or they couldn't get back to the UK, they'd gone out of the UK, tried to come back in and they couldn't get back in, and they'd had to cancel the flight, that they had a return flight, and then later down the line they were able to come back in, but they had to buy another flight. It'd be something like that. All right, so it's something that's not... Should we ask the questions at the end, or do you want to... Yeah, is that all right? Yeah, is that all right? Okay, I'm going to pass you to Ian. So there you go, Ian. Thank you very much.
I'm Ian. Hello. This is my last presentation I'm going to make. I'm retiring on the 21st of March. So thank you for the invitation. I'm going to wrap up this presentation. You've heard a great deal of information from our team. You've heard a wonderful opening from Garrick, who talked about what the scheme is and the fact that it's not just the Caribbean community. But 2 words always appear to come up that confuse people along the journey: eligibility or entitlement. Do you know the difference as to what they mean? I didn't until I looked them up in the dictionary. So these terms are sometimes, they cause confusion along the claim journey when they submit a claim or think about submitting a claim. So understanding what each means will help manage a customer's expectations as they progress through the claim journey. So when a claim has been determined as eligible, this means that the claimant has met the scheme criteria or the scheme rules, so that they can then be considered for compensation. But it doesn't mean that they are therefore entitled to compensation. So you have to conform or be within the scheme rules to become eligible to submit your claim, but it doesn't mean you're automatically going to get an entitlement or a payment. So an individual is entitled to compensation if they have suffered losses as a direct result of their inability to demonstrate their lawful status, I wanted to pause on that particular slide because in the presentations that we've made since this team has been formed and been going out into the community, it's something that they've often asked us along the way. You will get a letter, if you do submit a claim, you will get a letter from us saying that you are eligible or that you're not eligible. It's fair to say, I think the greater majority of claims that we receive, they are eligible to move on to the case working process. So let's have the next slide. What have we done since the schemes have been introduced? We've tried to simplify the forms. Have you seen the forms? Yeah. It's like that, aren't they? We've got examples of them here today. You're welcome to come and talk to us if you want on a one-to-one basis. Or if you're not comfortable talking to us on a one-to-one basis, the team can take your details and we can have a private conversation with you on the phone, if that helps. So we have made the forms easier, would you believe? Perhaps there's 2 less pages than there were before. We've tried to improve the way in which it's written to make it easier. I'm not good with forms, I'll be honest with you. So they are simpler to navigate or work your way through. And it was Priti Patel, when she was the Home Secretary, one of the first things she did was, because she was getting feedback to say, guys, you're being pretty slow at taking in these claims and processing them. And she said to us, didn't say to me, because I'm this low in the Home Office, she said, guys, you have to make a preliminary consideration of all claims within the first 6 weeks, and if there is an award under the impact of life section, you must award £10,000. Did you know that? Okay. So that's one important change. And it's also fair to say we have more caseworkers working on the team than ever before. Yes, the scheme rules do change and have changed along the way, but we're now moving through claims a whole lot quicker than what we did. And I'm sorry that we were so slow at the start to get things moving in terms of processing them. You heard Tina talk about the deceased estate, and the person who can make an application for relating to a deceased estate is the person who has been granted probate. You know what probate is? Yeah? It's quite a journey in itself to be granted probate. But we do have a dedicated team who can talk you through how to get probate if you're the right person to apply for probate. And we can provide financial assistance up to £1,500 to help with the associated legal costs. So again, another team working within our team, beside our team. They're there to help you if you're thinking about a deceased estate. That person may have passed away overseas, and it's then quite a journey to get all the various bits of paper, I'm led to believe. But I think we've been able to try and help people get those papers from those countries a wee bit quicker. And the other important thing that we've done, people were telling us, you've got too many caseworkers dealing with my case. Last month, I spoke to Ian. The second month, Tina's dealing with it. That's gone out. One caseworker stays with you, stays with you through the claim journey. They're also told to pick up the phone and give you regular updates and progress. I hope that they will be ringing them, or they'll be emailing you or sending you a letter to advise you on the progress of your claim. Next slide, young man. Yesterday, And every month, we always update the data relating to the claims. You can find it on your iPad by going to Windrush Compensation Scheme data. It's on the government website. A lot of people don't think we've paid any money out. They don't know how many people have made claims. So this is the latest information. Over 9,700, well, it's actually 9,715 people have made application for compensation. We have paid out or offered in compensation £113 million. During the month of January alone, we paid out over 2.7 million in compensation. It's there on the government website. It's buried under Windrush Compensation Scheme data. It's not easy to navigate, but there are some headline news there if you're interested in knowing the progress, and that is always updated every month, towards the end of the month. So, how do you get in touch with us? That's the magic number. 0800 678 1925. Worth noting, if you're thinking about status, or you're thinking about compensation, or you're thinking about helping someone, call us on 0800 678 1925. Those lines are manned Monday to Friday between 9 and 5. Before I moved into this role, coming out to meet charming people like your good selves, I spent 3 years on the helpline. I've spoken to some wonderful people on the phone. Not all of them, well, how can I put it? Some of them were quite nervous about ringing us because they're ringing the Home Office. No one really wants to ring the Home Office. No one trusts the Home Office. They don't exist. They're not people. They're just robots. I'm pleased to say I work at the Home Office, and I'm even more pleased to say that I work on the Windrush Compensation Scheme. I joined this scheme because I wanted to try and help people. We also have retained a company called We Are Group. There's their number, 0808 196 8496. They're a company retained who've got advisors around the UK. By ringing that number and saying, I'm interested in making an application for compensation. I don't want to fill the forms in. I really aren't good with forms. Is there someone who can help me fill the forms in? There is no cost. The advisor will make contact with you and arrange to meet up with you in your locality at a library or somewhere private. The appointment can last up to 3 hours to fill the forms in fully. The only advice I'd offer anybody is, before you go to such a meeting, try and plot down on an A4 sheet of paper those things that you think are pertinent. Yeah? We're now going to ask if you've got any questions. If you don't want to ask a question in public, and you're happy to talk to us at the end, we're going to be here. Our stand is here. But we're happy to answer any questions you may have. If we can't answer a specific question today, we will take your phone number, and one of these fine people will ring you back, or I might call you back with an answer. I only work 3 days at the minute, but as you know, I'm leaving on the 21st of March. Here we go.
We should clap for Ian. For Ian, Lorraine, Tom and Tina, they've come out this morning from Sheffield, leaving at 5 a.m. this morning, including Garrett, who's from up north as well. I'll call it up north. But anyway, I just want to do a special quick thank you to the team for coming and joining us today, especially Ian, especially Ian, who's my brother from another mother, because as you can tell, I was born in Wales. My mother at the back there delivered me in the same hospital as young Ian here. Ian's going to retire this month, and as he said, he was really delighted to be able to be invited to come to Brent to represent the community engagement team to us here at W.I.S.E. Carol, I haven't introduced Carol yet. This is Carol Roden. She's my sister from another mister. And Carol and I are setting up a Windrush Advice Centre that will be based at W.I.S.E. with thanks to Ben and Samantha, who are representing W.I.S.E. here. So when you phone that number, that we are group, perhaps in the near future, then Carol and myself might be the people, if you're in this neighbourhood, that you can come and see. But as Ian, Tom and Lorraine and Tina have said, sometimes it might be difficult to just pick up the phone to the Home Office, but Carol and I will be holding your hands and trying to give you a loving, kind and supportive route down that road. It's very important. Garrett and Roland, who's signing in, they have found that very few people are willing to go through the process. It's not that we aren't entitled or we're not eligible, but the process is very difficult. That's why Garrett and Roland hold these engagement meetings, and they've been supported throughout by people from the Home Office, like our team here. But when Carol and I met them, we realised we've also ourselves got issues that we need to deal with. But we're doing it to support each other, but we want to support the community as well. So.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all for coming. Literally. No, I'm just saying thank you all for coming, literally, and just wanted to specifically say that I'm very passionate about the whole thing because it is an extremely difficult issue to deal with. And in our community, we tend to just do things, soldier on. Our parents didn't talk about problems or issues, they just made things right. And that Windrush generation, I take my hat off to them every time because they came with nothing and did wonderful things. So and created this space so that this could happen today. So what I would like to just say to each and every one of you, because we have stories that have never been told, I just wanted to say this is the reason why I'm here, to support Liz and Roland and the government to just get some balance and the correct order of things. So everything that you have to say is important, and I think that as a community, because you've actually come out, you're making a difference. Everything that you've got to say makes a difference. So I'm here to deal with the trauma and people that are distressed. Once you start talking about all those issues, it is difficult. So that's the reason why I'm here, to help heal, develop and empower. So our group is called Amy Garvey and W.I.S.E. Together we can do it. The West Indian Social Education Group is here to not just support but educate it, and that is, we need your stories to actually bring the future and make it what it should be. So thank you very much.
I'll hand back to the chair, and I really encourage you to ask questions.
So a big thank you for the engagement team for the presentation, the slides, and also what's important, and there's a lot of information. We're not expecting you to retain all this information, but there are places you can go. We call it the one-stop shop to get the information. In addition to the Home Office, .gov.uk /Windrush compensation scheme, Justice for Windrush Generation have our own dedicated website. As it says, justiceforwindrushgeneration.co.uk. Everything is there in one place. Who's eligible, the history, breaking down the claim, it's all in one place. Now, you've heard the presentation. I'm sure there's some questions. So we have about 10 minutes to deal with some questions from the audience and any question on the Zoom before we then go into our live experience person who will be presenting to us on Zoom. So Carol, well, while somebody was speaking, you wanted to raise a question. You said save that question till after. So can you ask your question now, please?
Okay. Well, it was about the disease. I was just wondering, what criteria does that person have to die under to actually be able to be successfully eligible to claim? Because I'm not quite sure if that person, you know, died of a traumatized situation, or, you know, would they be eligible if they suffered from depression and was on medication? Do you know what I mean? This is what I want to know.
The deceased claim is... sorry, right, thank you. Okay, so the deceased claim, all right, the criteria, what you're asking for the criteria is not something that we would look at why they died. Is that's what you're asking? It wouldn't be anything to do with why or how they died. It would basically be that they need to reach the criteria that we've already spoke about. So from a Commonwealth country that came here before the 1st of January 1973, or from any other country here in the UK and resident in the UK before the 1st of January 1989. That is the criteria. So that's what we talk about, the criteria. How they passed away, or, you know, if it was, like you've said, depression or anything, isn't anything that we would look for. It would be the criteria, specifically what I've just said. So it doesn't matter how they died as such, per se. It would just be the criteria for Windrush, to be part of the Windrush generation. Does that answer your question?
I can pick up.
Yeah.
I can pick up further. I want to take any questions from the audience here, please. And it doesn't matter which team, it's just the question for the team.
Yep. Thank you. It's very, very interesting presentation. Thank you for that. You mentioned you had something like 9,000 applications, 9,715. Of that number, how many do you think were successful? Because you did put a figure in terms of money, but how many of that 9,000 were actually successful? Do you have a figure for that?
I don't have that information with me here and now, but then I'd encourage you to go on to the government website. It's broken down in a great deal of detail. That's all we've tried to do here is put the headline news or the headline statistics or data, but those sort of questions are there in full public view for someone to drill into them to try and get a handle on answering your question. Yeah?
Okay, thank you. There's a question just here. This lady at the front, please.
I was interested in...
One moment. Let's wait for the mic.
I was interested in asking if we would have a better insight as to what to enter into these questionnaires, the form that we're actually filling out. Do we get an insight into as to what to put down? Because I'm dyslexic,
Very
I'm
good
dyspraxic.
Question.
And
Very good question. And let me address this for the entire audience and also those on Zoom. There is guidance for each of the claims. So guidance for primary claimant, guidance for close family claim, and guidance for deceased estate. And we always recommend people consult the casework guidance, which is a big document, 105 pages. But in that document, it actually explains for each section what the caseworkers is expecting their answers to be on paper. Because they can't read your mind, so you've got to put things down.
We'll be entitled to that
And
copy.
what we're now talking about is advocacy help, because we can't do this on our own. People need help with the application process. And we offer advocacy. So advocacies around the country. We've got Windrush Justice Clinic. We've got advocacy in different cities. But also, we have advocacy in the northwest of England. So if you need help with your application, you need to find an advocate who will sit down with you and help you with that application. It is difficult for many people just to read the guidance and fill in the application. And there are many people with many challenges, dyslexia, learning disabilities, autism, many issues that will impact on individual reading and writing. They need help. That is what the advocacy will do, the advocate. But also, other family members can help you as well, because they may have a better knowledge of the form. They may have submitted their own claim. So there's help. What we don't want you to do is to give up and say, oh, it's too complicated. I don't want to bother with this. That's what we don't want. Because that's what's been happening while we're not getting enough claims coming forward. People think, oh, it's too much.
It is.
See?
It is.
So reach out for some help, right? I need some help with this application. It's not just enough to get the form, read it, and fill it in. It's a lot more involved. And what Carol spoke about, trauma, when people start to go back in their history, what's happened to them, they're reliving the trauma. And that's not easy to do, to fill a form in and going back in those times. That is why you need some help. So in law, we have an organization in Liverpool called Law, Liverpool Advocates for Windrush. We also have trauma counselors that will help individuals, similar to what you do. We were the first to do that in the country, because we recognize that people were traumatized by all of this. And we also know that there are people in mental institutions, as I speak today, as a result of their experience with Windrush. We know not just one member, 2-member family, and has been in a mental hospital for many years. So please do not forget there is help available. Reach out to someone to help you. Ian?
Could I just add? Thank you, Gary. Once your claim form, assume you've reached out and had support to fill in the claim form. It's not finished there. The caseworker will make contact with you. The caseworker may want to talk about a sentence that you may have written that needs to be expanded, that there may have been spin-offs from that one statement. So the journey doesn't come to an end once that claim form goes in. Somebody will reach out and keep you updated, and we'll also try to create the picture, the understanding of all those other things that may have happened. Yeah?
Good, thank you for that. Is this gentleman, you have a question? Oh, is there any other question before I check if anybody is on Zoom? One moment, the microphone is... We're trying to get this recorded, see? We need to hear what you're saying.
Thank you. What about people that can show status and citizenship? Is there something else in their journey that may extend to their compensation?
Remember, I started the conversation about check your status first.
Yeah.
The first thing we do. And again, the Home Office team, the engagement team, mentioned specifically dates, people from Commonwealth country and people from the rest of the world. If you're eligible for status,
And you can prove it.
well, you're eligible by the dates.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it naturally said. Did you arrive, you, your parents or your grandparents, and settle in the UK by the 1st of January 1973? So you could have arrived in 1965 or 71 or 59. Doesn't matter. But you were here settled before that date. You're eligible. Yes? That's status. Whether you've been impacted is a different matter. So the issue is, did you suffer any loss? When you were asked to prove your status, did it have an impact on your life? Did you lose your job because your employer said to you, bring your passport in tomorrow or Monday, but you didn't have a passport, so you couldn't bring anything in, and they dismiss you? You would then lost your job. You've been impacted. You suffer loss because you could not prove your status. There are some people who has rectified their status without a compensation claim attached to it. And there are those who gone through the status, being impacted, and moved to the next one, compensation claim. So dates are very important. 1st of January 1973, 1st of January 1989, those are two important dates. And the terminology used keep changing. Yeah? Settled, in the UK, settled, but in the presentation, it mentioned right of abode. Yeah. Okay? Can you just explain the difference, please?
I'll do right of abode, yeah. So right of abode is something, I've got an example which might be easier to explain. So right of abode would be, for example, your mum and dad came into the UK before the 1st of January 1973 and you were born here. You've then returned to your country, so it's Nigeria, Jamaica. That person that was born in the UK, their mum and dad had got ILR when they came into the UK because they was here. Indefinite leave to remain, sorry. Yeah, indefinite leave to remain before the 1st of January 1973. This was enabled by the 1971 Immigration Act. All right? So that person that was born in the UK, even though now they've gone over and gone to live in another country, they have got a right of abode. That is just a small example. Right of abode, there's lots of different things as well, which that's the only one that I can give you an example of at the moment, because it is depending on everybody's individual situation, and that is something that we need to look into more deeply. But as an example, that is for right of abode.
Does this go back to, for instance, right of abode, and you've been impacted by it from school, since you were in school, i.e. not being allowed to take exams?
So when we talk about the compensation and we talk about being impacted, okay, so the impact cannot be anything to do, it's got to be because of your lawful status, that the issues that you had at school was because of lawful status, not because of any racial situation or anything like that, or it's got to be only about your lawful status. So if you were impacted by something because of lawful status, then that's the impact. However, if it's racially motivated, that's any prejudice or anything like that, then that's not part of the Windrush scheme for the compensation, unfortunately. We know that it happened, and obviously it is a very big thing, and we know that it happened a lot. However, for the compensation, like I've just said, it has to just be about lawful status.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be about racism, it would be
right? So
Does it
obviously,
impact on immigration?
It doesn't.
No.
Okay.
No. So they're different issues, and we try to focus specifically on immigration issues because that's what Windrush is an immigration issue. There are other issues, racism, other issues. You know, it's not part of Windrush. So when we talk about Windrush, remember the presentation started with the historic context. Yes. So the first generation Windrush arrived in 1948. And subsequent generation been coming all the way through, right, up to, so the Windrush timeline runs from 1948 to 1989. So if you arrive 91, 92, 93, you're outside Windrush. Okay? So that Windrush timeline from the first generation to 1989. That is the timeline. So anyone been impacted during that timeline, Windrush. And to be eligible, as we said, you have to be settled in the UK by a specific date. Either yourself, your parents, or your grandparents. And then whether or not you've been impacted, we won't know that. You'll have to say, I lost my job. I could not go to university. I could not open a bank account. I could not do this. You would have to identify all of those issues that you personally was impacted as a result. We've got to hear an experience, a lived experience of somebody who was working for the NHS, and because she did not have the documentation, they dismissed her. She had to go. And many people experience that. Yes. So, yes, she's going to speak now online. Oh, if you could, yeah, because she wants to address everybody. Her car had a problem this morning. She couldn't actually come in person. She's going to do it online so everybody can hear her experience. We're just going to try and connect you to the main screen, Glenda. Yeah. So while we're organizing the monitor, let me just, as a way of introduction to our next speaker, who is Glenda Caesar from Windrush Lives, and she's a campaigner for Windrush. She was one of the early person to challenge the Home Office and receive compensation. But more importantly, she's going to talk about her own experience, how Windrush had impacted on her life and her family. That would be her children. Oh, yes, I can see Glenda now. Can we make it bigger? Yeah. Can you pin her, please, so that we can just pin her so that we can get her on. Won't be a minute, Glenda. I can't hear anything though. Oh. Audio. Audio?
Your computer, isn't it?
Yeah.
This complete screen.
Full screen?
Mm-hmm. Just the picture. Oh, it's down here somewhere.
No.
It's in more.
I think it's...
Can we hear it?
Oh, we haven't got speaker on here.
should be up here, isn't it? I can't see. Why is the screen that small? Don't know where she is now.
No, she's this blue one.
Oh, on the Zoom.
Yeah, that's the feed, live feed session.
Okay. Right. So now.
Oh, I closed it.
Oh, that's what this is. Yeah, yeah. The chat will.
Because I can't. I'll follow the chat on my
phone. Now that should go big.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Audio? Can we hear? Audio, can we hear?
Have something like 9,000 applications, 9,715. Of that number, how many do you think were successful? Because you did put a figure in terms of money.
Where is that audio coming from? Oh, yeah. Glad he was going through the head. See, technology is a thing. Can you hear me okay, Glenda?
That's all we've tried to do here is put the headline news, or the headline statistics or data, but those sort of questions are there in full public view.
So, can I hear Glenda now? Audio? It's 100%. Shall we have a 2 minutes break and then come back?
Stand up.
Yeah?
Stand up.
Just have a little stretch. Our little wander and get yourself a drink. Get yourself a drink, please.
Figure of eight. Anyone? You can do figure. Oh, look at him. He's young and beautiful. That's it. Figure of eight. Where's Carol? Carol, did you supervise me? Is that well? Excuse me, you two.
One, two.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. We can hear. Hello, sweetheart. All right. All right. Okay, we've got audio now, so in a moment we'll get Glenda to speak. But just get himself a drink, and then we'll come back to you in a minute. 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay? You're loud and clear, so that's good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. Get yourself a drink, please, and let's come back to the session, please. Now that we've got audio, we want to make sure we utilize the audio. Yes, we're going to say, let me introduce Glenda Caesar, who is now on the monitor. So Glenda is director for Windrush Lives. She's also a member of Windrush Justice Clinic, and she's also director for WINO, which is a national organization based in Birmingham. So Glenda is going to give us a live experience of her own situation, and hope that will inspire some of you to understand some of the issues affecting Windrush claimant. Okay, so can I have your attention now, please, and just focus on the monitor? Glenda, your turn.
Hi. Yeah, hi. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person because I had car problems. My name's Brent. I'm a victim of this whole scandal, a survivor of this scandal, and I also do advocacy and campaign in order for people to get justice. I think my story is widely known already of how I got involved in all of this. Living in this country from birth, worked in 2009. I was terminated from my position, and I was, okay, sorry, can you represent people? Yeah, in 2009 I was terminated from my position, even though I had been in the UK all of my life. I was then told that I couldn't work anymore and I wasn't able to claim benefits. This came as a shock to me because in all the times I was living here, I obviously thought I was British because I came here at the age of 3 months old. Both my parents came over from the beautiful island of Dominica, which was at the time of my birth, when I was born over there, was ruled by the UK. So they came over here as British citizens. It was a bit of a shock after a while. I heard all these stories on the television, but I never thought that I was involved in this because I was saying, well, I'm British, this doesn't involve me. But lo and behold, I first realized in 1998 when my mother had passed away in Dominica that I wasn't able to obtain a passport, but I didn't really need anyone because I wasn't going to travel because I was a very young mum bringing up my children. I am a mother of 4, grandmother of 12, and born in this country. But like I said, in 2009, that's when this whole situation started to affect me, and it was quite a shock. I wasn't really bothered about not being able to be terminated from my job because I thought I'd better to get another job. But what did shock me was when I went to claim benefits and then they told me, you're not entitled to benefits. I was like, well, hold on. I've paid into this system for a situation like this arise. Why can I not? And then I was told because I didn't have a British passport. My 3 older children had British passports, but my youngest one, who was a different father from my other children, he was also told that he wasn't British, and that's when I realized, oh my God, something is definitely wrong, because I know I'm British and I know my son was born British, so now there is something seriously wrong. It was a struggle to go through all of this, even trying to reach out to get help from there was no organisations, to be honest, who could assist you. You went to the legal people, and legal people didn't even understand what was going on. They just had to follow whatever legislation was in place then. It's either you paid money to get naturalised, or that was it. You just stayed under the radar, because there was nothing else you could do. I couldn't leave the country, obviously, nor could my youngest son. Once it had hit me, I was like, okay, well, there's nothing I can do. I can't work. I've just got to rely on my children and for them to support me. In 2017, I think this came to light, and I was approached in 2018 about this whole situation, and it was like a relief to know there's other people out there going through this, and I had tried everything to apply for indefinite leave to remain, rights of abode with money that I didn't have, but yet it was still getting rejected because they had no record of my father, who had been in this country, the first to come to this country, was a homeowner, bought a house and was working, and they had no record of him. even though I had
Recording in progress.
even though I had approached the local authorities to try and get information on my father, there was nothing there. Now we're fortunate enough where this is now blown up that they seem to be finding a lot of information where I don't know if systems have got back into place. But once I had come out, and this was in April 2018, within 7 days I was given my British passport, and the other reason why is because media had followed me to the Home Office for me to get my status regulated. In 2000, I met with the first Home Secretary at the time, I think it was Sabin Javid, when this whole scheme was put into place. I had never had any interest in politics or even the Home Office, but after this happened and the compensation scheme was put together, which I'm going to be very honest, was put together very quickly, but I was fortunate enough to challenge them where I was made offers in the beginning, and I turned down the first 2 offers, and the third offer I took. But it was a challenge and I had to challenge them, and I don't think that there was enough services in place within the scheme to assist people and who had a clear understanding of it. I have to take my hat off to the engagement team because it's one of the best teams that's come out of this scheme, and the people who are there to assist and are there to draw the attention and explain to you exactly how this whole scheme works. There's still improvements to be made. There's still a lot of improvements to be made, and it's still a slow process. It's something that's got to be improved, and I'm not going to turn around and say that it hasn't, because there's a lot of improvement to do. But what I find that they are doing now, as a team, they're listening to us as people or representative of the people who's been affected. At least they're listening to us and they're trying to make the improvements. Is it going to work straight away? We don't know, but at least something is being done better than when it first started. I did have a question I wanted to ask the representatives, because I saw earlier on they said about you can be eligible but you can't be entitled, and I think they can answer that question for me afterwards. If you're eligible, who makes that decision? Is it the status scheme or is it the compensation team? That's what I really want to know, because normally what I see when I represent the people that I'm helping, the compensation team says you are eligible, but yet you're not entitled. So there's a bit of a misunderstanding there. If someone could just clarify that for me. But I want everyone to know that this isn't just a straightforward scheme. If you do not understand how to do it, there is now organisations out there who are willing to help you and to take you through it, because it's not that straightforward. It may seem that straightforward, but what we're going to what you're finding now is that we have to fight against a lot of legislation, and it's legislation that people don't understand, because I knew nothing about legislation. I literally had to go and read up on it. But it's not as difficult, it's not as easy as it's portrayed. It is difficult, but the one good thing is that you're able to pick up the phone, call up the compensation team, and there's someone there to explain to you. I also want the people to understand who are vulnerable, and I heard Garrett talk about it earlier on, like people who have difficulties, either with mental health or with learning difficulties. The vulnerable persons team are there to assist you, and they do listen. I'm not going to. They really do listen, and they try to adjust to do things, because the cohort of people who's been affected are people of a senior age, so they're out there to assist people. But we're here, Garrick, Roland and other organisations. I represent, I'm a director of the Windrush National Organisation, Windrush Lives and the Windrush Justice Clinic, and we all try to work together, all of us as a collective, to assist the people who's been affected. So the help is out there, and if you feel you need the help, trust me, if you could just type in, if you've got a phone in your hand, Google Windrush, and I'm sure that there'll be somebody there to assist you. That's me. If anybody has any questions, I'm quite happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Glenda, for your presentation. A big round of applause. And Glenda has mentioned a couple of things there, but I just want to get a response straight away. The point about who make the decision, the question. Yeah, can we just clarify this straight away for Glenda, please?
It's the nationality team that works out of Liverpool that will confirm eligibility.
Right. Have you heard that? So it's the nationality team working out of Liverpool that will confirm eligibility.
Sorry, say that again, Gareth, I didn't hear.
It's the nationality team working out of Liverpool that will confirm eligibility. Correct?
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. We may need to come back to that point at a later conversation, because I think I need to talk with you as well and see how we can actually deal with this. Liz, please.
We've got a caller from Zoom, Diane Collymore. I don't know if Diane wants to come in.
It's a question directly for Glenda.
It's a very complicated question. Can you see the question in the chat? And is it something that you can answer, or should we ask one of the team?
Can you help persons living abroad who has trained and worked as NHS nurses in the UK, who came to the UK as British subjects in the 50s and the 60s? I think that the team should be able to help that. I mean, Gary explained it earlier on. If you were affected and you weren't able to get your status regulated, I think that's the first thing you have to get sorted out, is to ensure that you are a British subject.
Yep.
And if you weren't able for you to get access to the different services, but I don't know how this conversation thing works anymore, whether we can just come over and say, well, do I have to get naturalised before I can regulate my status, or are they working on the 2-year rule where you have to be out of the country, or did you try to even make any advances to get your status regulated? I think the team should answer that question.
Yeah. So do you understand the question? This is somebody outside the UK who previously had worked in the UK, in the NHS. Is it NHS, correct? And would like to know what's the process for their status to come. You know, it may be that the 2-year rule might have impacted on them if they've been away from the UK for a period of time.
Has the person not thought about the online overseas application? Do they wish to return? You know?
Right, so we...
Diane, do you want to put your hand up?
Does the person wish to return to the UK? Because there's a process to follow, and we've done many talks on this one, how to actually get a returning resident visa to come back to the UK. We've also recorded this on video on YouTube, a session that we've done.
Diane. Yeah. All right. Diana, that's it. Diana.
We can hear you now.
Loud and clear. Yeah.
Right, my apologies to anyone I can't be there. What I wanted to know was, is very complex. There are many nurses, people who live here, who have assets here, get their patients here, etc. Children, grandchildren still living here, but when they come to do the customs, they're being told that they can only be here for a certain amount of weeks. This is subjects who were born in the 40s and the 50s, and some of them went back home to look after sick relatives, and their children have some beautiful jobs over there because they were born. The very professional jobs, maybe I don't want to use names now because it's confidential, but what I want to know is how can they get their visas, because I know one in particular, she went to Solicitor and he put £15,000 from her, and up to this day she hasn't received anything. And he told her, oh, you have to be born here. And I said, but hold on.
We can deal with this. It's a returning visa application. Having to pay, you don't pay legal fees.
Come back into her status, because she sometimes,
Diane, right. We can deal with your query. I know exactly what the query is, so we can deal with your query offline through contact. But just for everybody in the room, we've been pushing and campaigning for people outside the UK who's been locked out of the UK because of a 2-year rule. And we've been pushing to make sure those people understand how they can re-enter the UK by using the returning resident visa application. We've been pushing that, but still a lot of people don't understand that. And, you know, they still think, oh, we can't come back to the UK. And I think you mentioned having close family ties, and we always stress that. You've got family in the UK, you may have a business in the UK that other family members is operating, so you have links in the UK, and you're entitled to return to the UK. We can deal with this separately, but it's important for the audience to know if you've got family members outside the UK who previously had lived in the UK, who were settled there, and then has gone back home for whatever reason, if they wish to return, they can. If they wish to return, they can. Now, there are some people who don't wish to return because they're in senior years now, but they've been impacted, and we've raised this before with the Home Office. They can make an application and they can contact the team. They don't have to return to the UK to make an application. And I did put this directly to the... Yes. But a lot of people don't understand that. And so we're having to stress that there is still ways that you can return to the UK if you so wish, but you've got family ties in the UK. Roland?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roland Housley.
I don't want to take your phone number in front of everyone else. Yeah? Email Windrush Compensation Scheme at homeoffice.gov.uk. It will find its way to a team member and ask them to call you back. We will ring you and help you with your query.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Roland's going to respond.
I'm asking a question. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Okay, so we'll take Roland's question and I'll come back to a question on Zoom. Yeah.
In fact, I've got a couple of questions actually. One, for those individuals, because in the guidance note it mentioned those who enter the UK before they got to the 18th birthday, parents or grandparents came from a Commonwealth country. What I'm not clear on is if they enter the UK after the 1st of January 1989, those individuals under the age of 18 years, are they eligible to apply to the scheme? I've got another question for you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I want to make sure we get all the responses. Okay. Who's going to?
I didn't follow the question.
Before you got the enter the UK, before you got to the age of 18 years old.
But did they arrive after that final date that Garrick has mentioned today?
There was a final date, 1st of January 1989, applies to those who enter the UK before they got to the age of 18 years old.
I think that has to go to the caseworking. We're not caseworkers, Roland. I think within those guidance that Garrick was talking about, it's a question that
So we maybe need to email directly and ask the question.
Well, like you've done before, you've emailed into our team, we can get you an answer.
Yeah, okay.
The next question is for compensation. For those individuals who have been impacted, and it has been established that they have been impacted, and have got no interest in returning to the UK. They have been locked out. It has been established definitively that they have been impacted and had a right to return to the UK. Do they need to return to the UK prior to making an application for compensation?
Now, we have raised this several times. We raised this back in Jamaica, if you recall, and we've got it, but I have not seen any changes in policy documents. Although the Home Office team said they do not need to return to the UK, they should contact the team and the application will be processed. So the question Roland is asking, since that conversation, we've not seen any update or policy change in writing.
My understanding is that we have received compensation claims from those people who are living overseas, and that we have dealt with them.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't think anything has changed, Roland.
Right. Well, there we are. There we have it. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Now, you've got a question online?
No. Yeah, sorry, this is me. I had to get permission because I might get beaten if I go home and not do this. My mum's at the back there. She's 93 years young, and I wasn't going to say anything, but the lady asked specifically about being in the NHS. I've spent 40 years working in the NHS, and I've come across most of the people that work in the NHS, 60%, have come from the African Caribbean communities, and in different statuses and different positions and different, at different times and all the rest of it. But when we've been in those jobs for years and years and years, like Glenda's just said, and then these things come and hit us, it is a shock. Because the NHS, as you all know, needs us, relies on us, and invited us specifically to come and be nurses, doctors, healthcare professionals, care workers, etc. I've got two lovely NHS grandees at the back there. They're young ladies, 93 and other, who came from Barbados, already trained nurses. They came as already trained nurses, and when Mr. Powell and other paid people in the NHS in UK said, 1948, we've got the wars just finished, we're trying to rebuild the country, healthcare is one of the most important parts, healthcare and housing, transport, etc., all needed to be rebuilt, and they invited the Commonwealth people, Commonwealth meaning they were still under British rule. They invited them to come to Britain. They were British when they were born. There was no Jamaican flag in 1948. There was no place called Nigeria even in 1948. All of these places got their own names when they got their independence. Zimbabwe and places like that got their independence at that particular time. My mum came from Barbados, an already qualified nurse, to come and work in Birmingham. She came and worked in Birmingham. They made her retrain, even though she was already trained. And bear in mind, people in Barbados, Caribbean, Nigeria, took the same GCSEs as the Queen and Prince Edward and all that lot, okay? They took the same exams, the same GCSEs or GCEs or O-levels or whatever, because same boards, etc. They were trained by English people in Barbados, as you know, and we were trained by English people when we got here. But you can't just sit here and forget your family in Barbados or Jamaica or Nigeria. We're part of what is called the diaspora. You come here and you become part of the diaspora, the African diaspora. And that means that you don't forget your mother. Sometimes you've left your children. Sometimes you've got sisters and brothers in the Caribbean, and your father may die, or you might want to visit someone before they pass. And when that happens, we can end up being locked out of the country. That's what it's called, being locked out. When people go abroad, we haven't mentioned this yet, that's why I'm going into the detail of it, because this will touch people here. Some people aren't happy to share their situations. But they're getting knocked out, and then when they try to get back in the country, they're faced with either not being able to get in the country or being created and turned into refugees. Now, when you come back in this country, and you've lived in Wales, London, wherever you've lived, Birmingham, I'm trained in Birmingham, but I was born in Wales and we were living in Wales. Coming back to Britain, and they question you coming back in. And they even say you're not entitled.
We're going to pick up some of that in the next bit, because there's some really good
But
points that need to be made.
Going to Nigeria, for example, and you're coming back, hey, you just popped over to see your grandfather or your father-in-law, and the war breaks out. There's been wars all across Africa. And you're just coming back, as everybody else who's British is getting out, like in Sudan, the British ran out of the country. But British Sudanese who were working in Britain, who were Sudanese, were also trying to get back in the country. And those sorts of routes get closed down to certain people. And when you get questioned and not allowed back in, or not even allowed to bring your own children because they think you're kidnapping children or not allowing they're thinking you're taking children illegally out of the country, trying to bring children illegally into the country. That impacts everything you do if you get back in the country. Being a refugee is not the same as being British. I don't need to explain that to you. It's the same as being British and not being recognised as being British, as Glendale happened.
Let's pause for a minute.
I'm just giving that story because it's part of our stories. I'm not giving it, personalising it. It's part of our stories. And then it impacts the NHS, because then they can't get the creme de la creme that they've managed to train. None of the people who came from the Caribbean were nobodies. We were all the creme de la creme. Your parents and grandparents were the creme de la creme of Barbados and Jamaica and Nigeria. And they were begged to become here. And then to be treated and mistreated. That's why we need to make sure that we support each other going through this process. And I just want to say to Diana and all the other people that Glenda, Roland, we've got Claudia Jones' organisation here. We're setting up the Amy Garvey Windrush advocacy service from W.I.S.E to do specifically what is signpost you in the right directions. The phone number, just saying there's a phone number here, there's a website here. Again, I've got all these qualifications, but I can't go on the internet and see all these things because I've got visual impairments. So talking to somebody and picking up a piece of paper, that's sometimes all we need is that help and that one-to-one.
That's good. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just...
Thank you very much, Liz, for this. We'll come back. Some of the points that's raised will come back. We're going to break for coffee refreshment. When we return, we're going to have another conversation, and then we're also going to pick up any question coming out of the conversation that you've heard today. What will be?
The scenario where they had to come back into the country as a refugee.
Well, no. Yeah, I don't think it's coming back as a refugee. If you previously had settled in the UK, you have a right to return to the UK. eh? Yes, but not everybody would want to return to the UK. Remember, we keep emphasizing this point about dates when you arrive and settle. When you leave, and this is the important point, that the 2-year, in the 1971 Immigration Act that was enacted 73, you had this 2-year on 1 day. If you're out the country for 2 years on 1 day, your status lapses. However, for EU students, it was 5 years. EU people, it's 5 years. You can be out of the country for 5 years and return without any consequence. I have written to ministers about this. So there is a difference between Commonwealth people and EU people. Why would be the 2-year be restricted? What about the 5-year? This is the big issue. You can't make that decision because it's not your decision. But that is a consequence of the 1971 Immigration Act that was enacted 1973. What we're saying, if there are people outside the UK that wish to return to the UK, we can help them to return to the UK. There's no issue. There's a process to follow. So they can return to the UK if they so wish. If they so wish. So we're going to break now for a cup of tea and something, and then you can have conversation with our team over there on a one-to-one. If there's a question you need to raise us.
We decided not to do that because it's too public a space. We want people to give their numbers to...
That's fine, just make the contact. Make the contact. Exchange your information. So, how long are we breaking for? 15 minutes? 15 minutes. So we have a 15 minutes break. Stretch your legs. Have some refreshment. Have a conversation either with myself, with Roland, or anyone. Exchange contact with the Home Office to get further information of your individual case, your individual circumstance.
So can we say thank you to Glenda Caesar first as well?
And Glenda is still online, so she's still listening.
But we can say thank you to Glenda Caesar.
Yes, thank you very much, Glenda.
Let's get going, because we're going to start drifting after that.
Roland will explain who's eligible, and listen carefully, because there's no fixed number of people that can claim who have supported other family members. Roland?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I would appreciate it if we would just have one conversation, please, because try to avoid the distraction. So one conversation, please.
Excuse
me. Please,
Can we sit down again, please? Sorry, can you sit down again, please? Excuse me, sister. Can you sit down again, please? All right. He's bossy.
Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending. As Garrick and the team mentioned earlier, there are three categories. Got the primary claim, the deceased estate claim, and the close family member claim. Primary, deceased, close family member. There are absolutely no difference between, in terms of eligibility, the prerequisites, entitlement, etc. Absolutely no difference between a primary claim and deceased estate claim. I'll repeat that. No difference between a primary claim and a deceased estate claim, except, very important, that individual that would have been eligible and entitled as a primary claimant is now deceased. The primary claimant is now deceased, therefore you have to go through a process in order to pursue that deceased estate claim. The next of kin or the executor of the estate, the deceased individual estate, would now pursue the claim. Anyway, I am speaking about the close family member claim. In order to be eligible to apply as a close family member, you need to be a close family member of a deceased individual whose estate is entitled and they're eligible and entitled, deceased estate. Or you are a close family member of a primary claimant who is eligible and entitled. So when I say a close family member, are we talking about our great-grandmas, great-granduncles? No. It's a particular group of people that we're talking about, and it's 6 in that group. So you need to be a close family member in the following group: wife or husband of the deceased individual. Parent are the primary claimant. Parent of, mother and father of the deceased are the primary claimant. Children of, sons and daughters of the deceased are the primary claimant. Siblings, brothers and sisters of the primary or the deceased individual. Also, cohabitee, anyone that lived with the primary or the deceased individual for 2 years or more and was present while that individual was going through the struggle. And lastly, 6th, stepchildren and step-parent of the primary claimant or the deceased individual. And all those 6, everyone in that group, that's all 6 in that group, would have had to be lawfully in the UK at the time when that individual was going through the struggle. And I did not say, it does not stipulate to a maximum of 10 or 15 close family members. No number was given. So wife or husband of, parent of, children of, siblings of, cohabitee, lived in with the individual while they were going through the struggle and lived with that individual for 2 years or more, also stepchildren and step-parent of. You do not need to have necessarily supported the primary claimant or the deceased individual. Don't need to have supported them. The close family member claim is to do with you, the close family member, the brother, the sister, the wife, husband, etc. of the deceased individual. It's how you were impacted. It's specifically to do with you, how you impacted due to what you observed that primary claimant or deceased individual going through or went through when they were going through the struggles. I'm going to give you a quick analogy. There's another one I used to use, but it's a bit triggering. Little child is going on the road. You have the ice cream. Child across the road on her own, or on their own. Family members are at the bus stop. The mother, the sister, father, etc., etc. is at the bus stop, about to catch the bus. Child across the road going on about their own business. Child ice cream fell on the floor. The child started to cry. The child was impacted. All these individuals across the road, these close family members, saw what happened. Each one reacted differently. Some ran across the road, assisted, etc., etc. They even bought another ice cream. I'll leave the analogy there. Each and every one was impacted differently. Likewise, when these individuals were impacted by the hostile environment, there will be individuals who may have taken that individual in the home, assisted them, washed the clothes, etc., etc. There would have been family members that they themselves were not in a position, whether financially, emotionally, etc., etc., to have supported that individual while they were going through the struggle. But they were still impacted. Everyone reacted differently to trauma. Just like you hear some people say, oh, they were at a funeral and they were not crying. I don't need to cry in front of you. I don't need to cry in front of the rest of the family member. I may be crying on my own in my home when I get home. I may not even cry. At that time, I may cry years later. So again, the close family member claim is primarily to do with how you, the close family member, were impacted while I observed you, how you observed that individual going through the struggle, and that individual, the primary claimant or the deceased individual, may have a nervous breakdown, crying because they can't work, etc., etc. You being the brother, sister, wife, or husband, etc., is impacted. In many cases, the assumption is made that the close family member claim is an inferior claim to the primary claim or the deceased estate. That is not necessarily the case. I know of cases where the mother was impacted over a 3-month period. However, the child of that individual had a nervous breakdown and ended up in a mental institution. Consequently, that close family member would have been more severely impacted than the primary claimant, despite the fact that it was the primary claimant that the situation started from, so to speak. There are 2 categories to the close family member claim in terms of compensation. You've got impact on life and you've got living expenses, and I'm going to try to explain the difference between the two. Living expenses is where you, the close family member, supported that primary claimant or the deceased individual while they were going through the struggle. So you may have invited them into your home, washed the clothes, gave them food, etc., etc., and as a result of that, your bills may have gone up, utility bills, etc. You may have also give them money. You're stuck outside the UK, send money to them, MoneyGram, etc., etc., while they were stuck in Ghana, South Africa, or wherever in the world. They may be in the UK while they're going through the struggle. You gave them money for them to go into emergency shelter, buy food, phone, cards, etc., etc., while they're going through the struggle. That is more of a financial element. That is the living expenses. There's also there's also the impact on life. Impact on life is to do with how you, the close family member, were impacted emotionally, anxiety, stress, etc., etc. You maybe have been inconvenienced as well, wanted to go on holiday with a particular individual, but you could not go on holiday to go visit them in St. Lucia, Nigeria, etc., etc., to go see your great-grandma, whatever, you've never met. Okay? So you would have been inconvenienced. Anxiety, stress. You may have been stressed to the extent that you go to the doctor and say, "Doc, my brother or my sister or my husband, etc., is going through this particular issue. Me seeing them that stressed, that being inconvenienced, is impacting me, is triggering me, etc. You may have only gone to the doctor, had a word or a discussion, may not necessarily have to be a doctor, it could be a counselor, etc. You may have been impacted to the extent that the doctor had to give you some antidepressant because you were that stressed. The primary claimant or the deceased individual, to a certain extent, may be better at coping with their situation than you observing them going through what they're going through. You may have gone to the doctor then when that individual was going through their struggle, had some medication. That is one stage. But it may have gone to the stage that you went to the doctor then, spoke with the doctor, no medication. You may have gone to the doctor, spoke to the doctor, had medication then. Or you may have gone to the doctor, spoke to the doctor, had medication then, and is still on medication now. So there are various stages how you could have been impacted emotionally, anxiety, stress, etc., etc. My approach is a bit unconventional. But I need to say this. In many families, you will find, and some of you may be able to relate to this, you may find one particular individual that has appointed themselves the family accountant, the family solicitor, the family librarian, etc., etc. And whenever you want to get mums or your brothers death certificate, birth certificate, etc., you've got to go down on your knees and beg them, please, can I have mom's death certificate? In this particular case, that particular librarian or that particular individual that has appointed themselves the gatekeeper, in this case will not only disadvantage the other family member that would like to claim, they may also disadvantage themselves. In terms of close family member claim, it is very important that the close family members are forthright with each other, be transparent. This is not the time for anyone to be saying, I don't want to speak with them because I don't like the religion or the hairstyle or the type of music they listen to. I always suggest, at the point you decide you're going to submit a close family member claim, have a WhatsApp call with each and every one. And there are practical reasons for that. That individual may have been locked outside the UK for a number of days, number of years, or whatever. And that person returned to the UK, you, that individual that is not very, because of the person's hairstyle or the way they walk and the music they listen to, is that one that go and pick up mom or dad from the airport. They were on the way back from Nigeria, they got into London Heathrow, and in the car they talk about what they experienced while being locked out of the UK, etc., with that particular individual that is not the family's favorite. By the time they reach 100 miles down the motorway, that conversation may have changed to the weather in Nigeria, the beach, the state of the beach in South Africa, Namibia, etc., and the other family member, especially the appointed, that person that appointed themselves the librarian for the family, may have not had that story. And that individual that is not the family's favorite has got the rest of the story. And that is why you have got a bit, Tracy has got a bit, Jackie has got a bit, and everyone come together and share their story that we can get the whole picture and understand the whole topology of the landscape in terms of how mom or dad was impacted. Also, I think it's prudent to not submit the close family member claim until it has been definitively established that either the deceased estate or the primary claim estate is eligible and entitled to compensation. Okay? I've got good reasons for that. We've got cases where there are 11, 12, 13 close family member claims in the family. And initially, you'll find a lot of the close family members are very reluctant to apply. So once the deceased estate or the primary claim has come through and there's something there, so to speak, you may find one or two close family members that are willing to apply. The others aren't quite convinced as yet. You put those two close family member claims in, and what you may find is a letter coming back, a letter of eligibility coming back and said, yes, you are eligible to apply to the scheme as a close family member. then you may get to the stage where a preliminary payment may have been offered. Then you find another 2 or 3 open, and further down the road, they may have had a final decision letter, then the other 3, 4, 5, or 6 may come on board and start applying. Okay? I'm going to leave it there for now. If anyone needs any elaboration, I know I've not touched on everything. I'm just to give an indication as to how the close family member claim operates. I'll be here if you need any elaboration, clarification, question, etc. I'm here. Very important to understand. If you were born in the UK or your parent or grandparent came from a Commonwealth country, you should be finding out, especially for the close family member claim, but the deceased estate claim and the primary claim as well. You should be taking an interest in the scheme and finding out what it is about and if it applies to you. I've come across so many people, when I approach them, they say to me, I was born in the UK, therefore it doesn't apply to me. That is totally incorrect. Do not act based on assumption or what you believe. Act based on fact, what you know definitively. Do not take hearsay. Find out. Your guidance note there where you can read yourself and engage, get the information. Another misconception that is out there as well, that is only those who came on the ship or boat or whatever term one want to use. The mode of transportation is totally irrelevant. Whether they came on a bicycle, walk it here, my grandfather walked all the way from Jamaica here. Did not come on the ship. He walked here. That's a joke. Right, anyway. Yeah, so the mode of transportation is irrelevant. Okay? Find out exactly what the scheme is about, who it applies to, how you be entitled to compensation, etc., etc. And in terms of younger people, in terms of numbers, from my personal experience, most of the people that have been impacted in terms of close family member claim are younger people. Under, I said younger, relative, not young people, under 45 years old. It's not necessarily pensioners, etc., etc. And that's why when it comes to the children, the siblings, etc., etc., you will find a lot of younger people that have been impacted. I know of cases where grandma came from Jamaica, 16, whenever. Grandma was living on indefinite leave to remain, no problem. Grandma's daughter in her 40s has got children. Grandma decided to go on, the daughter of grandma in the 40s decided to go on holiday. Her children are in the teens, 18 and 20s. When the lady in her 40s, the second generation, went to get her passport with the children, they were told no. Grandma came in the 60s from South Africa, did not sort out her status. Consequently, daughter in her 40 years, in the 40s, cannot get a passport. Likewise, grandchild can't get a passport. So we've got 3 generations there that are impacted. And if the granddaughter in her 20s, 18 and 20s is impacted as a primary claimant, so to speak, it's time to reason that based on what I said to you about the close family members earlier on, the great-grandchild will be eligible as a close family member as well. So please do not get in the mind that it's, get the black and white picture to mind first of all. Start thinking in color. Start thinking about younger people that are impacted and also information, specifics, data. Do not act based on what you assume or what you believe. Okay, thank you very much. I'm here. Gary, over to you.
Thank you, Roland, for that. So, the close family claim is one of the claims that we keep pushing and promoting because we want people to come forward. And we know many people who've been supporting and been impacted by what's happened to their family have not come forward. Let me just add a couple of additional points to what Roland has said. So, don't be thinking if you make an application as a close family, it's going to have an impact on the primary claimant claim or the deceased claim. No, right? It will not have an impact. The money that's been allocated to them is a separate fund. So don't be thinking if I make a claim, I'm going to take some of their money away. No. Separate. The next important point to make, there are young people under the age of 18 who are supported and is a close family claim. Unfortunately, they cannot submit a claim in their own right because they're under the age of 18. Somebody have to submit the claim on their behalf. A guardian, a parent, etc. Stands to reason. Age. The other important thing about capacity, if individual, and this applies to all of the elements of claim, if people have capacity issues, they would need somebody to actually take control of their claim. A good example of that is dementia and Alzheimer's. Before your grandparents or your parents reach to the stage where they can't remember things or even remember who you are, you need to make sure you got their history. You need to make sure that if they're eligible for a claim, you collect the information, and if you need to be the person who looked after their financial affairs, then you need to get that in writing. Yeah? Get it in writing. It's important because you cannot actually represent somebody unless you have their consent in writing. And what we always say to people, don't wait too long. Have the conversation early with your family members. There was a point made in the presentation about detention and deportation. And Roland mentioned in his close family of the conversation that might have taken place picking up somebody from the airport or traveling back. But also, let me tell you this, many people experience detention at the airport in excess of 35, 45, 50 minutes by immigration officers, checking their information, taking them into a room, questioning them, etc. And if that is the case, and you've had that 3 or 4 times, and it exceeds 35 minutes, that's detention. So you put that in your claim. A lot of people don't do that. It's part of your claim. The other important thing that we should stress about trauma and getting the evidence, you do not need to get a report that has to be paid for £150 from your doctor or your psychiatrist. No. You go to your doctor, you ask for a patient summary, and that will be sufficient, free of charge, no payment, but that will tell us what's wrong with you, what you've been treated for, etc., etc. No cost. Okay? Now, it's a lot to remember, but we have information that you can take away and read in your own time from the Home Office. They've got close family claim, primary claim, deceased estate, they're all here. The hard copy, as well as the online one, the hard copy is here. Take it home, pass it on to friends and family and other members, have a look at it, and if you need help, then you reach out to either the team or somebody in a position to help you, maybe an advocate or somebody from the different organization that is supporting people. Okay? Do not pay anyone. Do not pay. Rectifying your status on the Windrush scheme is free. You do not pay anyone. Don't let people fool you. Oh, this will cost you so much. No, it's a free scheme. Provided you're eligible for the scheme, there is no payment to be made. Now, is there any question from what Roland just mentioned about close family claim? Is there any question that you want to ask, please? One moment, please.
So I'm just thinking, Oh, God.
Just because recording, yeah.
All right. If you have family members who are, say, for example, siblings who are mentally unwell and cannot claim for themselves, are we eligible to claim on their behalf?
Yes. So this is a good question. So you get the question? Yeah. Let's just repeat this because I want Roland to come in and answer this.
Yeah. So I said, if we have family members who are mentally unwell and not able to claim for themselves, are we able to claim on their behalf?
Okay. Right.
If the person is mentally and they're not well, then you're going to represent that individual. So there's some protocol needs to be followed. I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume some power of attorney or something that effect, and it has to be clear that you are representing them. And it depends on the level of how much they are impacted, how unstable they are, so to speak. If they are sound enough, so to speak, that they are aware, then they should also be aware that you are making the claim. But I'm not, that you're going to represent them, but I'm not a lawyer, but some protocol needs to be followed.
So if they're unaware, yeah, so if they might say, yeah, but not really kind of,
I want to repeat myself.
Territory, is it?
I'm not a lawyer, but okay. I'm saying as I would assume that there are protocols that you would have to follow. Yeah. You can't be making the application behind the back or signing signatures, etc., without you following clearly stipulated protocol.
Thank you. And this is a good question because the guidance, again, help us to find out exactly what we need to do. So we talk about mental capacity. Over there is the guidance and the application form. You can also read it online, the guidance. So there's guidance for each of the claims. Primary claimant have got guidance to follow. Close family has got guidance to follow. Deceased estate got guidance to follow. And then I mentioned the full guidance that the caseworkers will be using to assess your claim. It's good to know that because everything is mentioned there. So you can look at, what does it mean, mental capacity? What does it mean? It's all there. You can literally do it. And if you need further help, then that's what the team is there for. Okay? But just say, do not pay for any, the point I'm trying to make, the Windrush scheme and support is free. You do not have to pay a solicitor for any element of it. Yeah? If you have a query, the Home Office team will help you, as well as other organizations who are supporting Windrush claim. There is no payment at all. Yeah? It's a free scheme, provided you're eligible for the scheme. And being eligible, you must arrive and settle in the UK by a particular date, 1st of January 1989.
Hello. Okay, so I've been listening carefully to everything today. And from what I've heard, I've come to the conclusion, whether rightly or wrongly, that I really don't qualify for any type of compensation.
Why would you say
I maybe, I've just looked at the criteria, the list of criteria, and the only thing that you said that made me, that you said that made me think that I may be eligible is, you said that if you were born in the UK, you said a lot of people conclude that they may not be, just because I was born in the UK of parents who came here from Jamaica. So I don't really see, unless I look at the literature and I see something different, I don't really see that.
Let me just pick up the point that I think you're trying to make. There are people in the UK from parents from the rest of the world. I'm just going to say, not just Commonwealth, for the rest of the world. So your parent and your grandparents who arrive in the UK, let's say the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then you were born in the UK. So the scheme when you check who's eligible for this scheme, it asks very specific question. It says, yourself, your parent, or your grandparents. There's 3 people there. Yourself, your parent, or your grandparent would need to fit into the eligibility criteria, which is what the notes actually says. And the first thing to check...
Can I just answer that lady's question where she said about obesity?
Go ahead. What mental capacity issue was it?
She's frozen.
Oh, she's frozen.
No, she's back. She's back. Oh, yeah. Yes, Glenda.
Maybe she's having internet problems. She's gone to adjust her internet. Yeah. You're back. The lady with the issue around capacity, was that the question, Glenda? Well, her audio, I can see the microphone thing is off, isn't it? Yeah, the microphone thing is off. I don't know what's happened, but your audio seems to go on, Glenda. So while Glenda is trying to sort out the audio, so the point is, yourself, your parent or your grandparent need to fit into the criteria. Did they or yourself settle in the UK by a particular date? From Commonwealth country, 1st of January 1973. From the rest of the world, 1st of January 1889. If you say yes to either of those, you're eligible. Yes? You're eligible. The next thing is about, have you been impacted? That's the next bit. Yeah? What did you suffer? What loss? If you say to me, well, I was working in this place until this date and then I lost my job because they said so and so and so, then you've been impacted. If you've had no impact, there is no compensation to be claimed. Okay. That's the difference. And we keep stressing this. Yeah? Impact, suffer loss is about compensation. Status, rectifying your status, you're entitled to your British status. That's the first thing you do. And that bit is completely free, no charge. If you qualify, you get your status rectified.
So in terms of loss?
Yeah, loss is compensation. Yeah, So whatever loss, if any, is when you make compensation claim.
She's here.
Okay, Glenda, can we hear you now?
I keep saying unmute all. There she is.
Glenda, it's audio. Glenda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you want to pick up the lady around capacity issues? Was that the question?
I had a question earlier on about a vulnerable person and if they could act on them.
Oh, right. Oh, yes, that's the one. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Can you respond?
Yeah, if you've got authority and the person can give you authority, then you can act on their behalf. If you're a family member, but as long as you've got authority, and the vulnerable persons team are very happy for them to help along with that. I don't think you necessarily need a solicitor if you've been acting for the person anyway in other capacity, but you should be able to assist them, and you can if they're due to make a claim, because I've had a few claimants like that, and I've acted on their behalf with their authority, and the team has spoken to them as well, just to ensure that that they have given the authority. So yeah, you can.
Yes.
Especially if someone is vulnerable, but that's what the vulnerable persons team is there for.
Yes, and it's good to mention the vulnerable team will actually, you can speak to them directly on the phone, and they will assist you. It's different because this one over there, they do something different. But the vulnerable team is all about people with vulnerability.
Okay, but if they can't give their consent?
Well, I can't answer that question. Yeah, because everything, legally, if we're going to take over people's financial affairs, we have to get authorization. And if they haven't got capacity to give authorization, this was the point I made, it shouldn't get to the stage where there is no capacity. We should be dealing with this before we get to that stage, right? Because when you get to that stage, we can't sort of get the person to do anything. Okay? So when you start seeing signs of dementia coming in, and dementia is like a slow process, then you should be doing something, to make sure you get all the necessary authorization in place.
So can you sign in, please? Sorry. Excuse me, can you sign in, please? Thank you. Just for safety. Thank you. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you. So it's not really, I've got a question and a comment. To the lady who's mentioned capacity, you're looking after a relative who's mentally incapable of applying for themselves. You are impacted by that person unable to apply for themselves. You are a claimant, and part of your claim is the fact that you're looking after somebody who isn't able to. The reason how they got incapable could be because of their legal status. The reason that they're incapable could be because they were not able to get education or health care when they needed it. The reason that they're incapable, all of those things of the above, they could have lost their job and got depressed and tried to commit suicide. Oh, sorry, I don't want to trigger anyone, but all of those things are things that are impacting you as a close family member, looking after them. So you don't have to wait for Fred Blogs to say, Auntie, can you sign up this form for me and can you claim for me? You're looking after them. You're making decisions for them. Making decisions for somebody is like carrying them on your back. Yeah? So you're impacted. The fact that you're looking after them is your impact. And the fact that they're incapable and you think they're entitled and what's the other one? Entitled and eligible. Entitled and eligible. Number one, those two things first. But this gentleman at the front, you said you're not sure if it affects you. It's about immigration status. And the immigration status issues goes all the way around, everything. And I talked about refugee status and all that sort of thing. Not being able to get benefits when if you can't show that you're eligible to be here. Those sorts of things will impact you and make you unable to live a regular life. Your mum and your dad might have come here, gone back to Jamaica, you were born here, or you came with them before you were 18, they've gone back to Jamaica, they're living a good life, or they've passed on, but you're still here, and you haven't got any proof that mum or dad came here during the eligibility period, i.e. before 1989. They've gone back, and they're happy, and they don't want to come back, and they don't want anything, but you go to get a job, you go to get benefits, you go and get housing claim, you're impacted. You can't prove that you came on mum's passport because mum's in Jamaica. Dad's in Nigeria. You haven't got a piece of paper that says. So my question to qualify what I've just said is that these bits of paper that, sometimes we didn't even get passports when we came to from Barbados or Jamaica or Nigeria. They were papers. They were called papers. They weren't just a little book with the Queen on the front. It was a paper that said you've got an indefinite leave to remain, you're coming to work on the buses or whatever. But those bits of paper, we're not all hoarders, Some of us keep everything, but some of us throw everything as soon as... Yeah. So that's what we are finding, that
people are thinking, I haven't got that original piece of paper. But I know that if you didn't pay £10 in income tax, the taxman will find you. You don't have to remember that you didn't pay that £10. The taxman will find you. So if you are not able to find that piece of paper, surely the Home Office can find that piece of paper. Even if it goes back to 1948, am I right in that? Because 1948 is when we start this whole Windrush thing. And one of the reasons that it became a scandal was because people were told, you come here in 1964, you've been living here since 1964, but you can't prove that you've been here since 1964. You haven't got your passport, bit of paper, you came on mum's passport. Those are the people we're talking about, eligibility, is that right? Am I right in saying that?
Let me ask Ian, because
Giving me a funny look.
what Liz has just said, I mean, we're going to explain how you can get information that exists. Yeah. So there's information out there in the system that exists. So you don't have to worry about finding every piece of information. So the point that Liz was asking, now for many people who didn't have a passport, and Glenda, she came here at the age of 3. For many people who didn't require a passport to come here, but later on, having established their family, etc., they want a passport. And they want to make an application, but they haven't got no evidence. Now, just explain to people what evidence already exists for documentation. When people cannot find document, there's document already exists in the system.
We reach out to other government departments and we will find someone's footprint. The person who earned £10 and had to pay tax will be on one of the records. The Inland Revenue. HMRC or whatever they're called. I don't think our digital records certainly don't go back to 1948, but we also work on the thing called balance of probability. Is it more likely to have happened, what that person is saying, on the scales, 51-49, is it more likely that that person did arrive? Because you're right, Liz, not everyone kept all their documents. I haven't kept all my documents. But in terms of the status scheme, if you haven't applied for status, the likelihood is you have lived in the community, you may be registered with the same doctor or the same surgery, the doctors may have changed. But in terms of status, if someone asked me, what document do I need to send in? I haven't got any papers. Well, how long have you been registered with a local doctor? Oh, I've been with them for 45 years. Could you get a letter to confirm that you're registered with that doctor's surgery and you've been there since 1983? Yeah, I can do that. Send a copy of it in to us.
School records? School
records? I've spoken to a great many people who said the school I went to, well, has been demolished, not burnt down. It's been demolished. But I went to Walford High Street Junior School, and I was there, and then I went to secondary school. The secondary school is still there. I said, might you go up and have a chat with the school secretary? Can they track your records? And could you drop me a note to say, yes, Ian Harris was at this school between the whatever years. It's such a long time ago since I went to school, so I can't remember. So those are simple things, but we do reach out to other government departments to try and help understand or establish your footprint, as we call it, here in the UK.
Yeah. And in fact, the guidance actually says that. It says, we will communicate with other departments, so you don't have to worry too much about, finding all this information. The fact is, you lived and worked here, so there's a record somewhere.
Okay, I just want to get back to the point that you made about loss and what constitutes a loss. Is there a strict criteria is there a list?
Well, Okay, so the presentation had a list of all the categories of loss. So we had things like bank, driving license, housing, health, a whole list of things. Also on the guidance, they list them. So, but it's not an exhaustive list. It's not every situation, but they give an example of losses. So we know what we're talking about if we suffer loss.
So when you say it's not an exhaustive list, there's like some...
Well, they can't put everything down on the thing, you see. So, yeah, but
But there is that magic final box
yeah.
called discretion.
Yeah.
Anything that isn't in one of those other boxes may apply to you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so what we're saying to people, please don't be put off by not applying. If you're eligible, and first of all, you need to check that, then you need to check your eligibility, and from that will determine which way to go. Any compensation down the road will impact suffer loss. Now I notice on this, words are changing, and I paid particular attention to this. Yeah? Here it says, the Windrush Compensation Scheme was launched in April 29 for any nationality who arrive in the UK before 89 are lawfully settled there. For further information, speak to the team or you can visit Windrush following the .gov.uk. And then at the bottom it says, any information provided in relation to an application or query under the Windrush scheme will be kept confidential. Somebody laugh at that one? Yeah? I'm only reading what's there. The point I'm trying to make is this. There's lots of false information, people saying all sorts of things about Windrush out there. A lot of it is not correct. Okay? So what we have is a scheme with guidance. And I keep telling people this, you have to read the guidance. If you don't read the guidance, you don't know if the scheme is applicable to you. So it's important for you to read the guidance. But if you're not able to read the guidance, then somebody will help you. Okay? And there is no shame if you're not able to read the guidance for whatever reason. Yeah? Just seek some help. And I know a lot of people said, I'm too proud to, this and so on. Yeah? So what you do? You don't bother to filling the application because you're too proud and you lose out of 50, 60,000, whatever it may be. I don't know. Yeah? Because you're too proud. Yeah? If you're eligible for the scheme, apply. That is the purpose of today's session. Who's eligible should apply. As a primary claimant, or a close family claim, or a deceased estate. We want you to apply. And before you leave today, please take information, hard copy, along with you, so you can read at your own convenience about each of the claim and what you need to do. Yeah? So if you can't manage the online stuff, we've got hard copy. Yeah? Now, just before I conclude, because it's now 5 o'clock, is there any further question about what's being discussed today? We've had a presentation from the engagement team. We've focused on individual element of the claim, and we talk about some of the barriers and the issues that people might experience. And it doesn't matter whether you have capacity issues, you can still get help and you can still apply to this scheme. Now, if there's no more question, I'm just going to bring it to a conclusion with a couple of remarks. What I'm going to say, is that audio coming from somewhere?
Sorry, before people start talking,
Oh, you're just warming up? Yeah. Oh, okay. Carol and I would like to thank all of the speakers for coming. Sorry,
Can you tell someone to mute themselves on the
yeah, it's can you mute everybody?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so person that's very important for this event today, one of them is Ian. Ian, would you like to come up, please? Ian, I know you don't drink before 12 o'clock, but it's 5 o'clock now. We'd like to thank you for coming all the way from Sheffield, and we'd also like to thank you for your last presentation with us here in Brent. And because most of us are from the islands, thought you might appreciate a little tipple from one of the beautiful islands, i.e. Barbados, not the Ray Nephews one.
Is that Mount Gay?
Oh yes.
Thank you ever so much. I can't accept presents.
It's not
bribery.
It's a farewell.
No, you can give it to me, Ian. It's all right.
I'm going to put it back on the table.
We're not bribing.
I'm not allowed to accept. I'm afraid none of us are allowed to accept. Flowers may be different, but it's different.
Now, Ian, just before you give the flowers, please. First of all, can I just give some thank you? I'm just going to sort of summarize in a couple of minutes this session. And before I finish, I want you to note a Jamaican number that the Home Office is now fully active, where people in Jamaica can use this number to contact the Home Office. Previously, we had a problem with the number not working, and we now confirm it is working. So we now have a number that we can give. It's also out in the public domain, and if you want it, come and see me. I've got it here written down. The other thing to mention is what next. So, Justice for Windrush Generation, we continue to campaign. We continue to get message out to people about this scheme. We also operate twice a month on a Zoom platform, Windrush Compensation Scheme Sunday Chat. You can find this on Eventbrite. It starts at 2 p.m. GMT till 4 p.m., the second and last Sunday of each month. That is where people come online and they talk to us and we answer their question and help them. Okay? So, if you feel you would need more information, please, Windrush Compensation Scheme Sunday Chat, second and last Sunday of each month, 2 till 4. It's also on our website, which is justiceforwindrushgeneration.co.uk. It's there. So, having brought this to conclusion, we got to thank the organizers and those who attended today, the camera crew that streamed the session for us. Thank you.
eyesam is a photographer, and we've got Dash. Don't go anywhere, Ben.
Thank you very much.
We've got Dash, who's also been helping. Dash is related to my family.
Yes.
And Ben, where's he gone? He keeps disappearing.
And personally to Carol and Liz.
Ben
and Samantha.
West Indian self-effort is called W.I.S.E. West Indian self-effort. It's because we're all very wise, obviously, but that's the name of this organisation here, and it's been here since 1983.
Yep.
And my mum and Jocelyn, who are the lovely, beautiful ladies at the back there, were at the inception of it, because our Caribbean children were called latchkey children, and education is subnormal, and we had to have Saturday schools to make sure that we looked after our own family, our own village, But I'd like to get Ben to come up before I say anything more.
Yeah, I just wanted to... Yeah.
While Ben is coming up, can we give a big hand to our...
Thank you to Ben and Samantha. Thank you very much, Samantha, for all the support. They have literally taken us under their wing, and they're allowing us to use this space as a Windrush advocacy support scheme.
Brilliant.
So I want to also additionally give a big thanks to Roland and Garrett, because they are the main, Roland is the main person that said, yes, we want this, specifically want to make sure people know how to do it, and work with us so that we can make sure that we give you the support that you're needed. That's needed. So Ben and Samantha has actually said that they will support us to open the Saturday school as well, and we've got some drummers, lady drummers, which are there. Stand up, please, lady drummers. Who they also...
Are they give us a little bit of drumming tonight?
They're going to give us some
okay.
drumming today.
Okay.
And they're also teachers, and they are going to support us to educate the children when we develop our Saturday school.
Very
so
good.
thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
And can I thank our engagement team for coming all the way from Yorkshire.
Yes, Tina and Lorraine, would you like to come up? And Tom, I'm sorry Tom, but you'll have to share it.
So that brings us to our conclusion of our formal session. We can network now, talk to each other, have a little drink over there. Any question, we can do it one-to-one. No, I'm Gary.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. We're here today at the
W.I.S.E Centre and the Windrush meeting this evening to find out what Windrush was about, find out how to apply and what assistance was available.
Okay. Myself, I came here as well to find out information about the scheme. I found it very helpful. And I've got all the information that I needed. And now I'm going to determine whether I'm eligible for compensation. But regardless of that, I found it very informative. And I've met all the key people involved, including the Home Office officials over here. And also the personnel from W.I.S.E. And it was an afternoon well spent and very educational.
Very educational and very informative on a lot of topics. And hopefully I can apply and maybe I'll be eligible for compensation myself.
So my advice to anyone who is interested in the Windrush compensation scheme is to go online and find out the appropriate contact telephone numbers or the website, because you may well be eligible yourself. Okay?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
How was that, all right? Brilliant.
Yeah.